Tali's sad now. See, Tali's sad now. See, Tali's gonna be sad because you guys didn't even vote for Alan Wake sequel, which is the Alan Wake American Nightmare or whatever it is. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna do Maid Sker then. I don't know how Maid Sker is like, but I heard about the game. You voted Alan Wake. I see, but you didn't vote harder enough. You didn't vote hard enough. Wasn't fast enough. Damn it. Uh-oh. Shit, I came back after the vote. Yeah, you came back after the poll because, you know, the Summer 58 was shit. Alright? Summer 58 was shit. Shut the fuck up, Ash. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Ash. Fucking idiot. Anyways. I'm going to be playing Maid Sker now. Who that, Ash? That's my IRL friend. So don't worry about him. See, I said, oh, if Tali's here right now, this is your chance. And then Tali wasn't here for that one time that that I just finished the game. And then now we're on Maid Sker. Cause people wanted Maid Sker. You weren't here? Well, too bad. Too bad. I spammed the game I don't know. Oh yeah, another one that you do not know. Okay, Maid Sker. Sker Ritual? What the fuck is this? Sker Ritual. 1 4-player online. Story missions. New Sker and what the fuck? New Sker enemies? What the fuck is that? What the fuck does that mean? Maid Sker. So I don't know how Maid Sker is like. I hope Maid Sker is gonna be cool. Turn the brightness way up. I'll turn the brightness way up to see that fucking whatever hole is there in this fucking area. Challenges? What? Escape the hotel with hardcore enemies. Oh wait, no! I don't want to go for challenges. You fucking idiot! No, I've already gone to challenges. Fuck my life. Yeah, do challenge run first. I don't know what it is! Well, now you gotta hope that this game crashes. Smile. Or am I supposed to be waking up like that? Okay. I have a good one. Save. Okay, for those who want to focus on atmosphere and story. Ew, atmosphere and story? What the fuck are you talking about? You're locked in this mode when once you start. Enemies and damages are removed from the game. Some items are unattainable. Some rewards are locked. For players who are new to horror genre and want a more relaxed playing experience, player has more health. Enemies are weaker and less aggressive. For those who want a challenging yet balanced horror experience, enemies are sensitive to sound and are easily alerted. What? I challenge you to a children's card game. No, I'm not gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh! Shut the fuck up. How you doing, Boxy? For those brave enough to focus on their survival skills, you are locked in. Okay, so saves are limited. Limited? Enemies appear earlier and are much stronger. Enemies will pursue you more ruthlessly. Okay. Now, do I go normal or do I go fucking big dick energy hard? Poll? I'm not gonna do a poll! I'm not gonna do a fucking poll to decide my difficulty, you dummy! I'll go for normal. And no, I'm not a pussy. I just want to go for normal for this game. So I don't know anything about this game. If it's SPS, if it's FPS, then yeah, probably fucking whatever it is.
Dearest Thomas, these are not words I wish to write. My father has learned of our plans, my love. Yet there is more, far worse, that I wish you to understand, but I fear you may believe me taken with madness. My father seeks to use me, as I have come to believe he used my poor mother. He wishes me to sing for him as she did, to become the star attraction that will draw good folk to this accursed spit of land. My refusal to do so has led to my confinement here at Sker Hotel.
Stop, Sker Island.
I cannot explain further, but ask that you trust me. I beseech you to compose a melody for me, a counter to the song contained within this locket of my mother's. I realize this request will seem strange, that your first thought will be to come straight here. But without your composition, all hope of holding back the darkness gathering here will be lost. Your love, always, Elizabeth.
Okay. Okay. Dim on kalong lan organu. Oh wait, none but a pure heart can sing. Oh yeah. Skip game. Thank you for the fucking jump scare that I do not need. Thank you for the fucking jump scare that I do not need. This game is pretty shit, by the way. You guys voted for it. Alright, you guys voted for it. It could have been Last of Us. It could have been Alan Wake, American Nightmares. American Nightmare, or whatever it is. I don't even know. Music sheet. I got a music fucking sheet. No idea who was so horny as to vote for it with audio points. Yeah, Sigma. Yeah, Sigma, you little bitch. Could have been Alan Wake. Yeah, it could have been Alan Wake. So I heard that this game is short. So I don't know how short this game is, but... Oh, fuck! Well, it's already a shit game anyways. Okay, hold on. Keyboard, mouse. There we go. Horny to use up points, but not... Yes, not on Booba Horse. Good. It's that short? Okay, how short is short? Restore default? What the fuck did that mean? Okay. Sker Island. Okay. Define big. Big long schlong. Big. Grand reopening, Sker Hotels. Special performance by Elizabeth Williams, the new Maid of Sker. Daughter of Famet, singing sensation Prudence Williams. Okay. 30th October, that's like pretty fucking nearby. As short as your shorts, hell yeah. Big white butts and big white feet. I love big white butts and feet. Okay. What is all this? Maybe I'm supposed to go this way then. Alright, let's go into Sker Island. We're gonna go to Squirt Island, that's for sure. Squirt Island! Made of squirt. Squirt Point Squirt Hotel. We're gonna go to the Squirt Hotel. I think. Is she gonna have stamina? Grand reopening. Oh, it's the same thing. Squirt, motherfucker. Beware of the dog. Where's the dog? Cock. Can I get in? Hello? The fuck? Maybe I'm supposed to go to this way then, yeah. The creepier way. Cocka. No getting in, only beware. Yes, beware. As they all tell me to. What? Okay.
And it was in no small part due to my newfound fame and fortune that we were able to open Sker Hotel and embark on the
Sker Hotel?
Mother? Mother? Darling, can't you see I'm recording? What have I told you? Never to interrupt when the door is closed. I'm sorry, Mother. Well, no harm done. I shall record this again later.
What?
But while you're here, my darling, why not sing for me? Of course, Mother.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but sure, okay. It's my inventory. Music sheet. If I could actually pull out this music sheet. Can I pull out this music sheet? I can't? Okay. I see. Well, at least it's a better, like, a better experience of a game than the last one. This already looks like Alan Wake. Not gonna lie, this already looks like Alan Wake, but more of a first-person Alan Wake view. So we got Alan Wake, but not the Alan Wake we wanted. And I can bully Tali, like, every time. Alan Wake 2. True. No bully, true. Hello, dog. What the fuck? Dog! Open up the door! Hello? What? Is that the only path that I have to go? Oh, here. There we go. Look, it already looks like fucking Alan Wake. Look, it looks like Alan Wake already. You're in a fucking park place. In the forest. Totally looks like fucking Alan. Oh, hell yeah, we actually we trespass now. I barely passed the IQ, that's true. Okay. What's in here? Nothing. Okay. So I guess I can go in here then. Yep. Open that fucking door. Oh, we're playing as a guy. Oh, I thought we were playing as a chick this whole time. Yeah, I thought we were actually playing as a chick this whole time. Oops. Hello, my lady. I am a guy who is trying to find some exquisite pussy from this hotel that I'm here. Where's my exquisite pussy? Poogers. That is totally true. Oh, I can use the phonograph to save my game. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Okay, what's my objective now? Whatever. Dude, this place is all fucked up. What the fuck? There's a phone that's ringing in here. What the fuck? In loving memory of Prince Williams, Maid of Sker, may your song live on forever. Where's the phone? Where's the phone?
Thomas! My Thomas!
Oh yes,
you do not
we're
know
here!
How wonderful it is to hear your voice.
Well, do you not have a voice, you guy? Your letter said what happened here, where are you?
I'm safe upstairs, but I cannot leave the attic.
You can't
I've had
leave
to lock
the
and bar the
attic,
door,
huh?
hide away from the others.
Others? What happened here?
I do not have the words or heart to voice it. It is far too terrible to recount. Please be careful, my love. This place is no longer safe.
It's you, yeah. It's Elizabeth.
I prayed that you received it, hoped that you would come. I know my request must have seemed strange, and I fear it was all for naught, that everything has changed now.
But now you need to have that British accent now. So that this guy could actually save you.
My father and uncle, staff, they have been beguiled by the darkness that inhabits
Beguiled
the space.
by the darkness.
They are no longer
damn.
themselves, but stalk these halls, attacking anyone that makes a sound.
Uh-huh. Gotta go to language
Please,
class.
Thomas, listen carefully.
Together
we can put a stop to all of this. My
cool.
father made recordings
alright.
on brass cylinders of a song, a strange melody that affects the mind. If all of the cylinders are played together on the harmonium, this madness will end. You need to find them and bring
So I
them
need to
me.
find cylinders. God damn, I need to find cylinders, I guess. Okay. These two places are locked. Madness, madness.
And it was in no small part due to my newfound...
Oh wait, this is the phonograph. Oh, I see. Okay. Never heard before plot. Isaac Grant reopening notes. Preparation of the Grand Harmonium. Hire additional staff. Sound check. Stage preparation. Print bills and flyers. Okay. Shipment of caviar. Yo, caviar? Offer me some caviar. Actually, I've never had caviar before, but you know, caviar. It is caviar. Interesting. How can I crouch? Let's see. Okay, this is one of those games, huh? This is like one of those games. I see. Do not toggle run. Do not toggle crouch. Toggle aim. It's one of those games. There we go. What? Apply? Did I apply already? Okay. Okay, what is this objective? Look for cylinders around the hotel. Investigate the hotel. So I guess I just have to investigate the hotel. There's one cylinder right there. So I guess there's like monsters in this area, but like I don't know how the monsters are gonna be like. Oh shit. What did I do? Is there like an enemy that's gonna come here? Hello? I'm gonna just pause right here and hit to the bathroom real quick. Uh, very interesting game so far. I'm just gonna head to the bathroom because I need a piss. I'm not getting scared shirtless. I just wanted to take a piss. How are you doing, Pancake? Hope you're doing well. And also, Left. I hope you're doing well, Left. We're playing Maid of Sker because the last game that I played, which was Summer of 58, was actually pretty fucking shit. Didn't like it at all. Anyways. Reception. I think managing office is the one that I need to go to. Is it this one? What's this? It's nearly 8 AM at the... You got drunk? Damn, dude. Hope you are gonna get well with your soberness. My friend made me what Kamen Rider? Kamen Rider is a cool kind of you know, cool movie. Actually no, cool Japanese whatever it is. Japanese show to watch. Yeah. It's cool. Do I need a map? I guess I have to go here then. Juho, yo, what's up? Xeon, hope you're doing well. We can save here. Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider.
What in all hells? Is that filthy mongrel inside again?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Father, she still pines is all. She misses...
I'll give it a reason to pine. Come here, you mutt. Abraham? Abraham! Where is that useless brother of mine?
Father, please! Please, she just misses Mother.
Abraham! Abraham! I'll be rid of this dog once and for all.
What the fuck? Bro. Horror month is boring. Game is shit. The last game was shit. This game is at least a tad better, I guess. I don't know. But here's the thing, Xeon. You missed out on the poll voting. It could have been Alan Wake American Nightmare.
Who's there? Who are you?
Hello. My name is Thomas Evans.
Henry.
Thomas Evans, sorry.
Henry Hughes. You must get me out. Hurry. We must get this door open.
Why did they log you in there? I tried to find a key. Why did they log you in there?
Why do you think? They're clearly rogues.
I'm busy
They're
with police
trying
shit.
to kidnap me.
Oh man.
Please hurry. Do something.
I'll try to find a key.
What? No! No, don't leave me. They might return any minute.
What?
Oh,
Really?
do something. I can't break it down from my side. Good. Good. Try again. Harder, man. Throw yourself into it.
What?
Wait. No. They're coming.
Who's coming?
God, please, no. No, don't do this. Whatever you want,
Did that guy die? I think that guy died. He was bad, dude. I can't say anything about that. That guy died. Ooh, okay. Go here first. Music doll. Interesting. That's kept in my possession. I think that's a generator. Yeah, I guess. I would guess that that thing is just a generator and that's about it, huh? Oh! Did I fuck any? Did I fuck it up? Did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up. Okay. Hello? What the flying fuck am I looking at? What was that? Hey, yo, what up? Dude wants a blowjob, dude. Put a key in there, that's a blowjob already. A cylinder, Sybaris. Ooh. Very interesting. Okay. Why? Oh my god, the glare in this game. The glare in this game is like super fucking... There we go. Maybe I should actually put the brightness all the way fucking low then. Camera as well. There we go. Fuck motion blur. Fuck. Whatever. If you fail to reach the goal, you get shitty grades. It might lead to a whole year late of salary. Oh shit, that's your side of things, huh? Is there someone walking on top? I feel like there's someone walking on top. Canst thou draw our Leviathan with a hook, or its tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put a hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? I don't even know. Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him for a servant forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird? Or wilt thou bind him for thy mistress? Shall she make a banquet of him? Shall she partake of him among others? Canst thou fill his skin with hot iron? Job 41. Therefore I will... Therefore I will wail and howl. I will go stripped and naked. I will make a wailing like the dragons, and mourning as the sirens. Okay. I guess that was that. I guess, sure. So I have to go all the way back, huh? I wish there's a flashlight so I could see shit. I mean, of course, I've already fucking lowered down the fucking brightness, but I wish I could have seen more shit, you know? Wow. what a fucking place. Human is more scary than a bunch of ghostly horror games. True. Did you know that humans are actually more scarier than ghosts? Even though ghosts could actually possess, or yeah, they can possess you. But what humans can do is that they can kill the wait, they can, I don't even know. Maybe they can kill you, or they can possess. No, sorry. They have guns. They have guns. This is the worst thing as well. The worst thing. Ghosts have, ooh, we can possess, and that's about it. Okay, I think I need. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. Ghost. Ghost. Locked. I guess I can go here then. I guess. Yeah, that's the only place I could think of that I can actually go right now. Unless I have to call back Elizabeth. Maybe I should call Elizabeth back then. Nope, I can't. Okay. So maybe I'm supposed to be going towards the place that I think I know where to go, but you know. Humans be like, possess this! Okay. So I guess I have to go here then. There we go. GB. Gay bottom. You want to be gay or do you want to be a bottom? That's why stories that are inspired by real events can be scarier, but that shit is real. Yeah, because that shit is fucking real, yeah. Yippers. Yippers. Oh shit, the basement. Shit, the basement, bro. Hello? Okay, time for me to actually fucking put this graphics all the way up for a bit. The brightness all the way up for a bit. There we go. The devil in me. Ooh. It sounds like a dope. Sounds like a dope game already. The devil in me.
What? Who's
The
there?
devil in me sounds like a squirt game. As long as it's not sex with the devil. As long as it's not sex with the devil.
You've nearly as fine a set of lungs as your mother.
How dare you? Get out!
Dare you?
Get out of here now! You're just my father's oafish tool.
Tool, am I? What the fuck do you know about it? No, that will be you, lass. You'll soon see. And mark me when I say that the only instrument here is you.
I said get out! Go! Come on,
The only
leave me be.
instrument it is you.
Of course.
What there is
As
you.
her hoity-toity fucking ladyship commands.
Oi.
God,
Sound a little
that
hoarse. You sound a little hoarse. You sound a little moist.
man. What
Mr.
did he
Moist Rain or Mrs. Moist Rain or Miss Moist. I don't even know. How you doing, Moist Rain? Hope you're doing well. Let me out. That door. Yo, you alright, dude? Wow. The fuck? Whoa. Whoa. That's your dad? Yo, your dad's pretty fucking thick. Not gonna lie. Dude, your dad's pretty fucking thick. That's a no on, are you alright? Are you alright? Dude, I'm already fucking hit. Bro, what the flying fuck? I'm hit. Bloodwind's Nervous Tonic. Okay. I can heal. Oh damn, there's a fucking... This is like fucking whatever that game's called, and it's fucking like Amnesia. Ooh, I see. I see how this game's like. This game's looking like fucking Amnesia now. Okay, so it's in here or in the other side. Okay, cool. But I can't go the other side, right? Because of this fucking thing. Okay. Hello? Look, a weighing scale. Isaac Ledger's death and disappearances. Fire again. Another musician, sorry, asking too many questions, very evasive. Why? Interesting. This game is bad, no titty action. Oh, this is the place where... Oh, shit, I don't want to go there yet. Wow. Okay. But I need to go there then. Okay. Wait, where is the telephone? The telephone is like... Is in there, right? Where is the telephone? I guess the telephone's in here. What is door? What is here again? What is... Yeah, what is here again? Oh, this is just... Okay. Hey, Dead Venom. Hope you're doing well. Oh. So it's just a fucking... Okay. Dead end. If I could actually look at my map again. Dead end here. I don't know what's this place. Hold on. What is this place? It's locked as well. Dirk is feeling better. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Hope you are feeling better from the COVID. So what I had to do is that I had to go towards the guy who actually fucking carried the guy. Okay. I have to go towards this punk ass guy who carried like some dude. Guess so. Where's this? Where is this? It's the same door. Okay. Hello, where's the punk ass guy who carried the dude out, the fat ass dude out? Elizabeth, are you there? Are you safe?
I'm here. There was someone else in the attic outside the door, but I think they've gone now.
Okay. Elizabeth, there's another man here. Do you know him? I managed to find one of the cylinders.
I don't. But you must look to yourself first, Thomas. If you should be caught too... They seem to be drawn to sound. You must remain quiet.
They attacked him. They dragged him away. The one who took that man, they can't see, it seems.
Well done, my love. There's hope yet for us all.
Well done!
The others should be here in the hotel or in the grounds.
The ones who... Okay.
But why? What do you think is wrong with them? I knew noise attracted them, but what happened to their faces?
Their faces all fucked up, bro. Bro, it's all fucked up, man.
Dear God, that's horrific. I dread to think of you being snatched like that too.
Uh-oh.
Our one hope of helping him, helping all of them, is finding the cylinders.
I've already found one.
Please, take the utmost care. And if I don't answer, it means I've had to hide. That they've come back.
Okay. Hello? Can't really see much, but hello. Oh shit! This shit scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Stupid ass. England, very, yes, bountiful, yes. Where the fuck am I? I'm in this room. Oh god. This is actually a really bad room. This place is actually a really bad room then. Hello? What the flying fuck? Okay. Wood. We have wood now. Wood. More wood? We are pushing wood. Damn, bro! You alright? Yo, dude. I think like you gotta be Wait, hold on. So where do I go? Go this way? Or this way? I guess so. Oh, I can. Oh my god, is this the only thing that I can do in this game? Is that literally the only thing I can do to this game? Jesus Christ, okay. Wait. Hello? I don't know which way to go. I don't even know which way to go. If I were to go this... Okay, straight ahead, it's a dead end, huh? Is that a dead end? There's more mazes in fucking here. Okay, what kind of dead end is this? This is a fucked up dead end. Okay, what kind of dead end is this then? Because it could be also a fucked up dead end. I'm sussy? Yo, I'm fucking dun 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 dun. How you doing, Jared? Hope you're doing well. How's everyone? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Playing this game called Maid, Sker. It's a horror game because I finished up one of the other games that I was playing just now, which is called Summer of '58. And Summer of '58 was a really shitty game, so I was like, yeah, you know what? We could actually play this game then, because I put it on the poll and people voted for this on the poll, and it was not Alan Wake. It was very close to be Alan Wake, but not really Alan Wake. What the fuck was that? Is that someone crying? Hello? Hello? You seem to be alright. What's this? Shoes. Henry Hugh. Damn, bro, this guy dead. With his what are those shoes? What are those shoes? What are those? Doing alright, just been looking here for an hour or so. That's good, that's good, that's good. Yeah, the last game had entirely too many jump scares. Yeah, the last game had like a lot of jump scares, which I didn't fucking like at all. I feel like any kind of like bitch ass jump scares, like no. Oh, fuck. Dang, what the fuck? An upstairs area like this? Holy shit. The last game was like jump scare galore everywhere. Like even like 30 seconds into the game, you fucking get a jump scare already, and it's like so fucking atrocious. Hence is why like I really just didn't like the game at all. It's just literally just an oh. That's it. Am I outside? Yo, I'm up. Oi! Hello! Oh god. Oh god. Am I supposed to be here? Okay, hold on. The stealth mission right now. God, survival stealth is like shit. But like, I hate it so much. He can't see me, right? Yeah, he can't see me. If I were to pass through him like this, he doesn't notice me. We got a note. Mysterious note. A really well-timed jump scare, sure, but nothing says you don't know how to make a proper horror game like showing jump scares. Yes. I hear whisper. Wait, you know what? I forgot to even do it in the first place. I'm gonna do this right now. Like, I just found out my house is haunted. What do you mean your house is haunted? Also, I'm gonna do this right now. Where's the Summer of 58? I'm gonna refund this game. I don't even wait, hold on. Let me see what how is this game very positive? Like, I don't understand how Summer of 58 was really positive. Also, like, every other game that they actually fucking post is like pretty fucking shit as well. Dude, average complete time is 90 minutes as well. Like, what the fuck? No wonder it was so fucking quick. What? Yeah, what? Nope, not having Summer 58. There we go. I hear whispers of the Williams' family and the evil deeds they have committed. There's too much circumstance to suggest they are not honest men. The leaders of these criminals, Jebediah, the head of the Williams family, they are more than humble fishermen, with deep pockets, and it's unusual and suspicious. God damn it, I'm feeling a bit tired right now. Like, I don't know why, but whatever. I'm sure they are the cause of the missing ships around Sker Island in recent years. The poor lost souls of each vessel, collateral for lining their pockets. Hidden on their land, I'm going to find the truth. The rumors must have some morsel of truth to them. William family are smugglers, wreckers, and murderers. I will expose them, and the good people will know the truth. I'm not getting monkeypox. I don't think monkeypox is me being fucking like tired and shit. Does he hear me like this? But not. Don't cough, man. Don't cough. Don't cough, don't cough, don't cough! You fucking... Don't cough. Don't cough! Doggo! Don't cough. No coughing. Dude. You cough? You die, man. Okay. Dog's here. What is that thing? Are the dogs gonna fucking kill me or anything? The dogs are gonna kill me, then that's RIP. Like, no wonder this game is like this game fucking has dog. I mean the sign that has the beware of dogs thing, you know. Cool. Okay. Is there notes? No. Where's that? That is Tombstone. Is this place just fucking wrecked? This place is just fucking wrecked. That's about it. Who the fuck is Sker? Sker is the fucking island name. Yeah, Sker is the island name in this game. And then the maid of Sker is just the maid of the fucking place, and that's about it. What? What am I supposed to do? Prudence Williams. Yeah, sure. Are you fucking serious? No, it's not that one. It's another one. Can they not see you? Yeah, they can't see you, right? Once you bet the character's girlfriend is good or something. True! Yeah, they can't see. Like, these guys can't see. What the fuck? You know what they look like? They look like the fucking, like, whatever ghost that looks like fucking Grinch. Whatever it is. He's over here! You fucking dumbass! You fucking dumbass! Literally when he's over here. Yeah, actually went it's over. Oh wow! Holy fuck! Oh. Are you bleeding? Okay. Jebediah cult letter. Dear brothers and sisters, the High Council of the Quiet Ones invite you to reveal in the power from the song of our source. Together we will attain true control. Be assured to bring your offering of flesh and bone to sacrifice the weakness within, to join us in the ritual of rebirth. Remember your garments of the Quiet Ones to shield from the weak leeches of the sacrifice. Our beloved silent disciple Prudence has volunteered for the position of priestess. This is a high honor for us all. Her position will be anointed at our next gathering of brothers and sisters. Interesting. Wait, hold on. What's this?
That's all well and good you saying that, but I don't see why I shall need your assistance.
I like it less than you. I have other jobs need attending, but your father insisted. Make sure she practices. She must be ready. His very words.
Be ready for what?
This here contraption is spinning. So go on with you. Start your
He
singing.
said be ready for what?
Well, how should I fucking know my brother's mind? Fucking hell, lass. Are you bloody well gonna sing or what?
Fine then.
Fine, Dad. I'm gonna sing. La 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 la. Okay. Yeah, cool. It's raining. Is it raining? I have no map in this area, huh? I came from here. There's a door here. I go here. There's two pathways. That's a ladder. Okay. Wait, what? That's a ladder? That is a ladder. Holy shit. Okay. Holy fuck! Fuck is this? Oh, bro. Is anyone in here? God damn it. 3rd of February is 1874. The storm of the century battered the island last night. The men say to have spotted the vessel off the coast, and my father had ordered us to extinguish the flames of the beacon. Word from the man informs me that a ship ran aground on the stone coast east of Sker Point. Myself in awe at the size of the vessel. Engraved on the plaque on the port side of the ship reads its name, HMS Providence. My men, under order by my father, transferred the remains of the ship into the cavern beneath Sker Point. We salvaged what we could from the ship. Anything of value, most importantly, the contents of the cargo hold. Something was discovered inside the wreck, buried in the cargo hold. Something I've never seen before. It's alive and in such a tragic state. My father thinks it's fortunate that it is weak for it tries to sing. Huh? What? My father thinks it's fortunate that it is weak for it tries to sing. What? Whatever. For it tries to sing. Oh, there you go. Unloading the cargo, some of the men have began to act strange in the presence of this creature. Its singing seems to have an effect on them. Even in its weakened condition, I find this fascinating and need to take notes. Sorry. Father is becoming concerned. The more I learn about this mindless creature, God, the font is like shit. Like I can't read properly with this font. It seems that the song it sings lures its prey so it can devour and survive. My father is beginning to see the potential of this beast and what we can accomplish with its power if we can somehow harness it. My father has begun to use this creature upon Sker Point, chained to the beacon to aid in luring vessels here. With this, we can increase our potential earnings from the wrecks. I may have an idea of harnessing this power further with the help of my beloved Prudence. I will take some time to present this to Father and get his blessing. Oh, interesting. Get this fucking thing. Hello, RS25. This is Maid of Sker. It's I think it's more of a psychological horror game than a survival horror game. But essentially what it is that this is my second game today. Out of the first game that I played today, which was Summer of 58, and at least you didn't get to see the shit show of Summer of 58, because Summer of 58 was done within like a fucking hour, and then I just didn't like it anymore. Like I really just didn't like it. So it's cool that it was like an hour at least. Oh fuck, this guy's here. Holy shit. Oops, sorry. This is a psychological horror game, survival horror game that relies you to it's like Amnesia at least, but like not really Amnesia, I guess. Kind of like Amnesia, I guess. We'll see. Shoot them. I don't have a gun, you fucking idiot. You got a gun down there? My gun doesn't work on this thing. Is it gonna come around? You don't walk like that, I guess. Stab them? I don't have a knife! Like 99% of modern horror games. I don't think so. I think more of the stealth mission is actually pretty cool. need to find another button. I guess I need to find another button then. Oh. Can they hear me if I do this? That's a question. Are they gonna go back to their positions? That is the other question. Fuck! Where am I going? This way. I don't understand the whole hand over mouth thing. Just keep your mouth wide open and breathe silently. Is that he's coughing, that's why. Motherfucker's coughing. He's trying to not cough. Okay. Also, like, he coughs over fire for some fucking reason. I don't even know why. Yeah. So, like, if you go, like, near to a fire, you can hear him coughing like this. Right? See? So, and then you cover up his mouth to, not hear the coughing. That's what it is. Oh. Got the black lung. Black lung, probably. Wait, is there more than this? Oh, okay. The Black Plague. The Black Plague happened. Okay. There's also some like collectible dolls as well, which is a really cool thing in this game. Maybe that's for 100% or something? I don't know. Maybe an extra NG plus kind of thing. What the flying fuck? Hello? Are we gonna see a sexy lady? Oh man, we're not. What the fuck? Anime titty figurine, yeah.
Please, I beg of you. No, no, don't do this. I'll give you anything.
Anything? Holy fuck, bro. Well, I wasn't scared about that. I was scared about the fucking guy who kind of got fucked over fire. This guy's such a clown. Hey man, who fucking chose this game? I swear to God, whoever chose this game, I'm gonna ban them. All right? Who chose this game? Banned. See, even Sigma's not here. Sigma's not here. Ban him. That's it. Gone for life. Sigma voted and left. Sigma voted and left. Copium, dude. He even said, I don't know what this game is, and then left. Dude just said, I don't know what this game, and left. Hey, Velu. Have a good look.
I need to tell someone. Get all of this out. Get this down somewhere. My father does not know that I'm making this recording.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But I need to confide in... Well, in you, Mother.
He has been pushing me more and more in my lessons to sing as you once did. But there is something else. There's a mania to his actions of late.
Maniac?
He seems consumed with his latest scheme to revive the hotel. But it is more than that too. Both he and Abraham have been so agitated of late, and they argue more than before. I overheard them in heated discourse over a guest who had disappeared, I assume without paying. My father was furious that there was nothing that could be salvaged from it.
So eloquent, yeah,
And
very
Mother,
eloquent.
You have never heard such language. I know our finances are dwindling, and his heart is set on restoring the glory days of Sker Hotel, but he sets so much on my shoulders. I'm not sure if I can do it, Mother. I'm not sure if I can be you.
Uh-huh. Wait, can't be the mom. Push too hard, can't be mom. Can't be a MILF, man. Sang too much, can't be MILF. Anyways, what the fuck is that? Yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? I can see you. You slender man looking ass. You alright, dude? You alright? Hello? Oh! What the fuck are you? What the fuck was that? Bro! What did you throw? Bro threw something. What the flying fuck? Wait. My grandma came. Gave me fruits. Oh! 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 I didn't realize the guy was just there, like right in front of me. I just passed the guy. I didn't know he was there. That was such a coincidence that that guy was just there. Oh! Ah! Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? I'm just gonna go my way. Ah! What is this maze? Damn, their penis is quite small. Did you know that in ancient times that penis who are like small penises are actually like pretty I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at the penis. I didn't mean to look at the penis. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to look at the penis. Oh. Oh. Fuck me. Okay, there we go. Fuck. Yeah, bitch. That's why. Oh shit, he's coming. Wait. Ah! Damn it, I looked at the penis. I'm so sorry, man. God. Where are you? You're here. Stop giving a location. I mean, I'm already. Are you still there? Yeah, Elizabeth.
Thomas.
Elizabeth.
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm already here, Elizabeth. What are you talking about?
What had happened? You were gone so long. I dreaded that you'd been taken too. My God. Dear Lord, have mercy. What are they trying to do? That poor, wretched soul. You must be on your guard, Thomas. You can't let them catch you. Oh. That must be Calliope. My late mother's dog. I'd so hoped she was safe.
I had good reason to suspect that my uncle had disposed of her. It is so good to hear your voice again.
Wow. Man, I want to go back to that penis again. I want to see that small penis. I was about to say, did you know that small penises did you know that in like Roman times, like small penises are actually like very grand. If you have a big penis, you're low. You're in the low tier. If you have the small penis, you're in the high tier. Oh. Motherfucker jump. Damn it. Damn it, you clipped it. How dare you, you clipped it. Low tier then. No, if you have a big penis, then you're low tier. If you have a small penis, then you're high tier. Penis tier penis tier list when? No. I'm not talking about penis tier list. Sure, Juho, whatever makes you feel better about your side. What the fuck? It's true. What are you talking about? That's the truth. That's the truth about why, like, you know, the Romans have small, like, the Romans actually fucking have small penises, or like they make fucking sculptures with small penises. Oh, the Greek. Not the Roman, sorry, the Greek. You're gonna be my companion? Oh. I really need a key. I'll kick this game myself. Oh. Wait, hold on. What's... Hold on. Oh, it points to the direction. I guess. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Do I need this? Maybe I should go to the other one then. Am I gonna get fucked by the whatever it is? These things do not get fucked by bear traps. The doggo will be fine, Copium. He's fine. He's fine. He's totally fine. How you doing, Labo? Wait, is he outside? Can he not come inside? Haha, person can't come inside. I was about to say, haha, person can't go inside. Hope you're doing, Labo. Hope you're doing well, sorry. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's go here real quick. What are these? These nuts? Isaac's plan. There has to be an answer. Means to use the song as I will it. I will. It was my drunkard, sorry, zealot of a father, right? Is worshipping that thing the only means of controlling its power? I shall make it sing for me. It only lives because I allow it, because my brother and I provide for it. I see. Fuck. Bye, bitches. That's why, bitches. Suck my dick, bitches. Is this a fucking phonograph for crying? Is that it? I have a fucking gramophone that's just for crying? Yeah, what the fuck? Literally a fucking phonophone or whatever it is. Phonograph, sorry, phonograph for crying. What the fuck? That's bullshit. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? What is this? Ah! I was about to say what is this thing, but sure, I fucking hit glass, I guess. I hit some kind of glass. Can I go this way? There we go. Shit, bro, that's a nipple. Let me stare at this nipple for a bit. Damn, bro. That's hot. That's hot. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit, that's hot. Small penis. I'm not gonna get banned from Twitch. It's a fucking whatever it is. It's a statue. Has a fucking booby on it. Cock. Of course we would. It's cock. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. What the flying fuck is this? Okay, there's one there. Where is the other one? Yeah, one there. Where's the other one? Oh, hello. Oh, I can't. Ow. Wait, where was the other one? Ay, ay, ay! Ay, 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 ay. I didn't mean to do that. That's right, bitch. Where am I right now, huh? Bitch. That's right, bitch. Where am I? Made of these nuts, made of these nuts. How you doing, Scuddy? I'm not. No daddy squirting for daddy. No porno squirting for daddy. There it is. That's what I need. Gotta go to the post office soon. What are you gonna do at the post office? Wait, hold on. What is this? Oh my god, I drank the fucking, oh my god, I drank the fucking heal by accident. That's nothing, okay. Man, the stealth mission is pretty, epic. Not gonna lie. What the fuck, really? Now? Stop! What the flying fuck, you guys! Fuck! Hold on, shh, guys, shh, shut the fuck up. All right, shut the fuck up, guys. Shh. Fuck. Yeah, shh. There we go. Okay. So, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. You play Silent Hill 2? Hell yeah, Silent Hill 2 is a really good game. Hope Silent Hill 2 has been well. I'm playing this game. No pressure rate. Yeah, chat, shut the fuck up. If you guys do not know me, my name is Juhorse. I am a horror speedrunner, a horse speedrunner. For the month of October, I'll be playing a bunch of horror games that I've never played before. This is the 6th horror game that I'm playing at the moment, which is Maid of Sker. Today I actually played Summer of 58, which it's a shitty fucking game. Do not play Summer of 58 unless you want to have like a lot of jump scares and whatnot. I don't even know. This game is cool. Spooky games? Yeah, we're playing spooky games. I think the last few games I've played are Resident Evil Code Veronica X, Fear 2, Obscure, Dead Island. Yeah. So yeah. Those are the games that I've played so far. We're playing spooky games. How are you doing, Peeps? Sprite? Whoa! Booba! Booba! Oh, shit! I wanted to see the Booba! Pip, thank you for the gift this up. Alright, guys, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up right now! I just wanted to see the Booba, man. How dare you? A Kraken key? Oh, that's the one that I need for like this whole time. Oh shit. Let's fucking go. This is the same thing. Keep. Yeah, go fuck yourself, you little idiot. Okay, where do I go from here? But yeah, I hope Silent Hill 2 was well. Dude, fuck that guy, honestly. Hope you guys are actually doing well, by the way. Hello? Okay, that's like a lot of guys. What the flying fuck? I don't want to fucking... Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, that guy is still there. There's like 3 other guys outside the fucking building. Outside the, whatever it is. Hello, my wife. My beautiful wife. I'm here to call.
Oh, Thomas, that's welcome news. This will surely free us all.
Do you know where the others might be?
I'm sorry, my love, but I do not. My father and uncle, my family, had many secrets, and so much is only now becoming clear. The other cylinders must be in the hotel. Perhaps on the 1st or the 2nd floors. Look for a way to reach me. Some means to come here to the attic.
Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this fucking whatever it is? Asbestos? Why is there asbestos all over this fucking area? It looks like fucking asbestos. Fuck! Oh, okay. Hello? I see like 2 other guys there. Look at those guys. What the flying fuck? The Grand Hall. Uh-oh. What did I do? What the flying fuck? There's like... How many guys are there? There's like 4 guys! Bro! Where are there 4 guys there? 4 guys to fuck my ass! Don't see any maids? Well, too bad. Shut the fuck up. Wait, what? Oh. Wait. I got a cylinder. Wait, what? Wait, what? I've only gotten 1 cylinder. Did I miss a cylinder? Or is it like... Hold on. Where are the other 2 cylinders? Cylinders. Find a way to get to the first floor. How about the gardens? Okay, the garden has another cylinder. Are you fucking out of your mind? Do I have to go back there to get the other cylinder? Okay, whatever. Highly regarded composer Henry Hughes to unveil latest masterpiece at Royal Albert Hall. The esteemed composer Henry Hughes. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, wait. The esteemed composer Henry Hughes has been busy composing his latest symphony and plans to unveil his work at the Royal Albert Hall this December. Mr. Hughes reported to... Wait, isn't he the one who died? Yeah, he was the one who got fucked and he was naked. Hot naked guy with his fats. Reported to be one of the most successful musicians in the country, he said, "I am very proud and delighted to be performing my latest piece for the public once again." Picture of Hughes. Okay. Young Welsh musician to perform at local theaters around the country. Picture of Tom Evans. The young Welsh composer Thomas Evans announces this week that he will be performing his orchestral arrangements of the traditional song of Wales around. Okay, whatever. Interesting. Yeah, whatever. Oh shit! It's another fucking this thing. Cool. Thomas. Is this just Thomas? I guess so. Thomas. So I guess I need 1 more of these, so whatever it is. You know, you fucking get beer from it. I don't fucking drink, so. Shit, another fucking... Wait, so you're telling me I can use this for this? Oh, I can't. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Okay. I'm fucking around, honestly. I'm fucking around in a horror game. That's what it is. Where the fuck are you? Where the flying fuck are you? It's the guy who tried to kill me just now. Wait, this is the entrance of the... Oh wait, no. This... Okay, yeah. Let me go back out here again. Wait, hold on. What do I hear? Oh wait, hold on. Stop. I can get this thing. Yoink, mine now. I guess it relies on fucking whatever coil energy is this. Okay. I had to go back again and then get the fucking whatever it is. This fucking... The... cylinder. There you go. I need to get the other cylinder. Can't believe this. Can't fucking believe this. I had to go back again and get another cylinder. Where do I go? Here. Haha, sucks to be you guys. Haha. These guys are gone. That's good. Okay. Okay, so I guess this is the exit way of whatever it is. So I had to go back to Sker Point and do the fucking puzzle. Okay, do not get fucked by these bear traps right now. If I get fucked by the bear traps, I'm a loser. Okay, I need to know what this one is. Points to east. West. Oh, yes, there we go. Give me that fucking... Yes, there you go. Fuck you. Fuck you, alright? Fuck you. Alright, I got it. Yeet! Alright, so we got two. We got two of them now. Yeet, yeet. And we need one more. Short game, my ass. If this game is actually short, then it's fucking shorter than my dick hole. Honestly. No one to fuck? Well, the game can fuck me. And I fucking... That's right, bitch! That's right, bitch! Bitch! Walter White, bitch! This way. Get in. What the fuck? There we go. Damn, look at all these experiments. Like, holy shit. See ya, bitches. See ya, bitches. Ya yeet. Ya yeet, bitches. Do they actually chase me from behind? Yeah, that's right, bitches! Suck this fucking horse cock. Alright. We're in the house again to get the last cylinder. Okay. Alright, we need to go find the last cylinder right now. Which I think it's that way. Yeah, I think it's that way instead. But I need to shut the fuck up. Cause I think there's a bunch of fucking doors that I need to unlock. That requires me to have a fucking key. Can they go underneath here? That's the question. If I were to do that, can they go underneath? Holy shit, he went up the fucking thing. What the fuck? He went up the Oh, I'm sorry. No, close the door. Hey, what up? What up, dude? What up? What up? Yeah, that's right. Close the door, bitch. You're not allowed to be in here. Yeah, that's right. You're not allowed to be in here, bitches. Use this key. Wow. What is this? A beer. Oh yeah, the beer tab. I need the beer tab. Okay, cool, cool. Well. Oh. Wait, is there anyone here? Please don't tell me there's someone here. If there's someone here, I'm gonna get fucked pretty badly. The latest test with the cylinders show significant signs of progress. Subject 4 shows great increased suggestibility and compliances. Compliance after repeated sessions in the chair. The combination of both audio stimulus and visual suggestion proves to be working, but how to replicate the same results on a larger scale to mass audience? But to whom? The staff? The staff? You talk the staff? Yo, can we get much higher? So high. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna hope that no one's around here though. Oh god, fuck me. Oh fuck! Oh fuck, there's like 2 people in here. What? What's this? Second. That is what? Is that basement? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That's a 4th one as well? Okay, that's 4 of them then. Which I didn't know there was 4 of them. Okay. Hello? Hey yo, yo, hey yo, hey yo, Quay yo. Hello? Alright. I saved my progress. Okay. He's walking towards me. But I still need to find more of the, whatever it is, huh? Go to chapel, please. But go here then. Don't go to the waiting room, man. Don't go to the waiting room. Yeah, do not go to the waiting room, please. I beg of you. Okay, maybe I should go up. Up? No, not up. Oh wait, I'm supposed to go back. Holy shit, there's 4 guys right there. Oh, fuck it, you know what? There's 4 guys. Fuck it, 4 guys. They can't fuck me anyways. Yeah, that's right, they can't fuck me if there's 5 guys or 4 guys, whatever it is. Not a lot of fucking. Wait, hold on. E. This one. Okay, so what is this? Does it not do anything? Okay. So I guess it's one of those puzzles. Yeah, I guess it's one of those puzzles. Okay, hold on. Dragon cider. What the fuck is a dragon cider? Is it on a note? Yeah, is it on a note? Hold on. Notes. Isaac's audio visual. No. Morning Herald. I guess is this one. Maybe? I don't know. Dragon milk? No, dragon cider. Excuse me. We're talking about dragon cider. Dragon these nuts. Yeah, dragon these nuts all over your face. So anyway, is there any place I can go? That place right there I can go as well, which I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, that's the other place I need to go to. Oh wait! Oh wait! Dog! Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, whatever. The dog. This thing. Dragon Queen. Are you fucking out of your mind? Really? Okay. I mean, hope that I can actually go there. Oh, there we go. No, there were those pictures in front of you to tell you what tab to pull. So it was the dog, and then the building, and then the dragon, and then the queen. So that was a fucking whatever it is in front. Hello, Lost in the Rain. Hope you're doing well. Well done, dude. Yes. Have you played this game before? Wow. A mansion. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Elizabeth, are you there? I've managed to reach the first floor.
Yes, I'm still here.
The first floor? Is it the second floor? What
you'll be able to
the
find a way up to me now. But please be wary on the first floor.
Yeah, have you played this game before?
My father and uncle devised all manner of dangers. Watch your step.
Watch your step. Where should I look on the first floor? Is someone else in the attic with you?
I've not heard anything outside this door for a good while now. But I can still hear them.
Seen it before? I see.
It's mainly guest rooms on that floor. The library too, and my father's snug. I'm not sure. Perhaps the library. Take care, my Thomas.
Alright, take care, my Elizabeth. Smile. Hey, So. Hope you're doing well. The fuck is a snug? Snug. Riots? You don't riot. Also, not the Elizabeth that I'm talking about. My Elizabeth, as in the game's Elizabeth, alright? Cannot hear anything. Oh, rip. Getting ready for the day. Yo, let's go. Yes, the first floor and the ground floor confusion. I fucking hate that. That confused me. That confused me when I was playing fucking Alone in the Dark: A New Nightmare. Because they were talking about ground floor and first floor. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use the first floor key on the first floor. Like, what I know is the first floor. And it's not even the first floor, it's the second floor. So fuck that shit. I despair in them all, my oafish brother. What the fuck is oafish? My oafish. At me. Yeah, remember? Yep. My oafish brother seems to have confirmed the worst of Elizabeth's suspicions after she began digging through our father's journals. Now, she's now flat. She now flat refuses to sing, refuses to learn from the recorded versions of the song, to follow in her mother's legacy. There must be another way, another means. We cannot survive long off the slim pickings of recent years. Perhaps the recordings themselves. Perhaps there is a way to engineer a less stubborn and mercurial solution. There we go. Oafish, thuggish, or low wit. Oh, I see. Oafish is big dumb animal. Ooh, I see. Hey, Goshat. Captain Horse. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. Dude. Guys, if you get very naughty, you put your dick here. You put that dick right there. Oh, that's right. That's right. Alright, don't be naughty, or else. See, there's a big fucking gap. Alright, don't be naughty. Anyways. Damn, they bust through the fucking bathroom with a fucking bathtub. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Yep, boom. Boom, your dick's gone. That's it. Lower the points you... No! Never mind! Why are you here in the first place, my dude? What is this? You love horses? Hell yeah, man. God, my fucking Cheddarino just crashed. Why is my Cheddarino crashing like every fucking time? Stop crashing. Yo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. That's the actual I love horses. Yeah, they're your friends indeed. Materia, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's go. Oh, hell yeah, that's music now. Is it coming out here?
Is this true, Mother?
Mother, this is true.
Did you play a part in this madness too?
Very different. It was very different until I changed it because of
If it were not for what I have discovered myself.
My Twitch team. Ram Ranch. It wasn't Ram Ranch. It was actually called I Love Horse Cum. Because I wanted to be silly. And then I joined the Twitch team, and then I changed it. I love horses.
It is utter madness.
Oh, I love horses.
And yet, it holds my father and my uncle, held even you in its thrall.
Oh, the phonograph. Yeah.
What can I do?
Oh yeah, just true.
What should I do?
It's supposed to be Ram
I cannot give in
Ranch.
to my father's demands. Not in good conscience. Not now that I know the truth. That our family legacy is founded on
Sure, join a
wrecking,
cock tower instead. It would be
creature
cool
of
with it.
myth.
True.
on a cult dreamt
Cock
up by
tower could have been
grandfather.
like, yo, we
A
like
cult in
that
which
song,
you served
18
as its
naked
priestess.
cowboys, and we also like the horse cocks and horse
could
cum,
you?
18 naked cowboys.
No. No, I shall not. I will not be a party to this.
Oh, well, okay, whatever. Close the door anyways. Like, they bust through the fucking wall. Holy shit, with the fucking... Oh my god, there's 2 people there! What the flying fuck? Bro. Why is there 2? Hello? You should really save? I did save. What are you talking about? Did I not save? I saved. Jebediah. It was within the shattered hold of HMS Providence that we came upon it, sealed within a glass paneled and iron cage held in place with thick chains. How they captured it, to where it was being taken and to whom, I cannot say. Badly injured by our wrecking, we were fortunate to find it in such a tragic state, for had it began to sing, our doom would surely have followed. In the weeks after, even in its weakened condition from the effect... Yeah, if like, saving the game is just fucking touching the phonograph and that's about it. Or the gramophone, whatever. In the weeks after, even in its weakened condition from the effects its song had on my nay, even on a woman's mind, I believe we have captured Pacino herself, the daughter of What the fuck is this? Gramophone? Yeah, gramophone. Yeah, phonograph, gramophone. Is fucking any one of them. What to do with such a creature with such a power? Those that listen to its songs seem to fall under its spell and become more suggestible. Even I almost read that as fucking whatever it is, a submissive, breedable, even more submissive and breedable. Even begin to worship it. I have a mind to see if it can be used to lure more ships upon the point. Hello Ish, I've been told butt plugs are 50% off here. Is it not? Yo, butt plugs are 50% off. Maybe. But if there was a way to control its power to learn its song, my eldest Isaac has suggested that his betrothed, I don't even know. Oh yeah, only at cheating at chess, yes. Betrothed is willing to attempt it, and I've given her my blessing to do so. What the fuck is betrothed? Oh, betrothed. Such a weird fucking word. Betrothed. I don't know. Such a weird fucking word to use. He's fiancé? Ah, I see. This is a fucking fancy word, that's why. Fucking, this game is using all the fancy fucking words, honestly. What is this? How is this place? Betrothed. Betrothed. No booba? Yeah, there's no booba in here. This is a long hallway. This door's locked. Betrothed. No butt plugs, no boobs. Yeah, no boobs, man. No boobs, no butt plugs. What are you talking about? No boobs, no butt plugs. Throw. I don't even know. Oh shit. They fucking sure. Wait. Bum. Is it? I'm not sleeping, but you go to bed. You go to bed. What did you give me? What did you give me? What the flying fuck did you do? What? Unlocked what? They unlocked the door? What? You alright? Dude. Dude, I hear you whimpering. Are you alright? Or whatever you're doing in there? Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, nothing scares me than that fucking shit. Nice. Nice. At least this game seems more interesting. More interesting than the last one, at least. The last one was like, shit. This one's like, yo. Huggers. Yeah, this game is actually more interesting than the last one. The last one was like, shit. Bro. Dude, how do you fucking make love here? With all the blood all around here. Damn, bro. What was the last one? The last one was Summer of 58. Summer of 58 really sucked. Oh my god. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Shh. Alright, guys. Shh. Anyways. I mean, shut the okay, shut up. Shut up right now. Shut up. Shh. 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 Guys, shut the fuck! Damn it! I blame this on Proto. This is on Proto's fault. Proto, this is your fault. Proto, thank you for the very much appreciated. I hope you're doing well. Ow! Stop punching me, you little bitch. How about that? How about that, bitch? How about pause the game, please? No. No. I'm not gonna pause the game. Proto, thank you for the very much appreciated. Hello, guys. My name is George Horse. I'm Horse. That's it. That's all you need to know. I'm Horse. Oh, this guy's there. Oh, what the fuck? Bro, why are you following me from behind, you little bitch? Okay, hold on. Damn, this... Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! I'm dead! This motherfucker fast! I blame Proto. That's it. Young Rain. young Raid. Oh, huge Raid. Whatever it is, I don't know. I can't read. I can't read because, you know, I'm showing my illiteracy in here. What am I? Wait. Hold on. Is this the part where I do the fucking thing again? Yeah, it probably is. Yo, what unlocked? I want to know what unlocked. Is it some chastity belt that got unlocked or some shit? Dude, it's probably a fucking chastity belt that got unlocked. We got the death bit again. There we go, death bit. Yes, we love Proto. How you doing? Not mad, just sad. Also, melon forever. And also, too many enemies. 64. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Happens indeed. Are you fucking kidding me? That's locked. Fucking asbestos right here. Holy shit. Asbestos. Do not cough, you fucking idiot. Do not cough right now. Damn, bro. What? 12:30 a.m. I'm straight slurping right now. Slopping. Hey, Soph. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Okay. Okay, how many guys are there? One. There's like a second guy somewhere. I just don't remember the second guy. Oh, I don't know where the second guy's at. Can I go in here? Fuck. Ay. Okay, hold on. Okay, when he comes towards the corner, right around here. Or did he just walk back? You gonna? Okay, does he touch me? He doesn't touch me. Okay, cool. Nice. Poggers. Literal poggers. Now. I'm sorry, dude. What the fuck happened to you, man? Oh my god, it's more people. Are you fucking joking, bro? How are you doing, Soph? Hope you're doing well. Hey, am I? Shh. Alright, everyone in chat, shh. Alright, shh. Or else stuff will happen, shh. Look, shh. What the fuck is this? Okay. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think I made it. I made it through. Okay. Isaac's reprimand of Abraham. I beg you consider before you act so recklessly. We devised a build of the murder rooms together to feed the creature and to fund our plans. I cannot continue to indulge your predilection for wanton destruction. What the fuck? Why are they using so many fucking like fancy fucking words? I don't understand. It may in the past have been acceptable when we had guests flocking to the hotel in their droves, but incinerated bodies and their effects are a waste we can no longer afford. Is sexual liking? I guess it's like, I don't know, fucking pleasure, like some kind of like fetish. It's a lot of fucking big words, man. They use a lot of fancy fucking words, you know. Look at that shit. Bro's ass flat. That's all I couldn't say. Bro ass is flat. Defense straight for someone. Wait, What the fuck? Whoa, there. Whoa, dude. Yo, what's up, man? Yo, look at the boobies. Boobies, bro. Oh shit, bro. Hello? Wait, is that door open now? The door is open now. Boobies. And thick chest, bro. Hey dude, you alright, man? So I get one of these. Okay, I guess. Oh my god, there's another guy. Oh fuck! Asbestos! I forgot about the asbestos! I forgot about the asbestos fucking whatever floating white piece of shits. What the fuck is this? A key! Music key. Music key? Wait, I need this. Where is it? In a fucking fucked up weird ass room. What the fuck? How are you doing, I hope you're doing well. Oh, bro. Yo! Hello. Fuck it. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. They won't find out, I swear. If I do this, they won't find out. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna go here. Before that. There we go. before I fucking go on with this, I'm just gonna save. Hello, my wife. My wife Elizabeth, who's also named fucking Tali, because Tali's name is also Elizabeth for some reason. Omega lol. Are you this one? No, you're not this one. Are you this one? Yeah, you are this one. There we go. Hello, my wife, Tali. I mean, Elizabeth. No, because Elizabeth's in this game.
And to my shame.
And Tali's name is also Elizabeth.
Me to the core. Had I known that
actually, Tali's name is actually, like,
vile tortures,
like, Tali's, like, full name is actually on a fucking, like, video for, if I'm not mistaken, Payday 2. Like, if you watch the Payday 2 community stuff, she actually has her name, like, her full name on the Payday 2 community, videos and stuff. Super dox? What do you mean super doxing? I thought we were all Ryan. Wait, we are all Ryan? Are we also doxing the other person's name? Oh yeah, your name is also Ryan. I forgot about that.
Tinkering and engineering, but he made a complex lock, which requires 4 parts of our family crest to open. Wait, someone's coming. Thomas, you have to hurry for both our sakes.
Well, okay, woman. But first, I haven't finished. Kind of weird from what I've seen. It's that kind of game. Hey, doing Ravinsky? Hope you're doing well. It's those kind of games, man. The stealth mission games. Yeah, the stealth mission games, man. Alright, time to explore. That door is locked. This one is locked. Because I kind of just finished the whatever game it was. I finished Summer of '58, and I put on a poll like on a like an actual Discord not Discord poll. I did a Twitch poll after that, so I probably need to take Maid Sker away. So you guys do not know. Wait, hold on. You guys do not know. You give me a poll. Excuse me. You guys do not know. This is my Discord. All right, we vote for my next game to play. We played Summer of '58, and then I was like, should we actually take this game, or do we do a poll on Twitch? And we did a poll on Twitch, and it landed on Maid Sker. So there's that. So Maid Sker actually won. So poggers, and we're playing Maid Sker. Poop Killer. I don't even know what Poop Killer is. Summer of '58. Do not play Summer of '58. That game is shit. No, I don't like Summer of '58. It was the most shittiest fucking game I've ever played. There's way too many jump scares. There's like a jump scare every 30 minutes, and the story of it is just you are a live streamer who goes into who goes into like some place, and then writes a blog about it, and then that's it. Like, it's so fucking shit. Spooky House of Jump Scares. Do I have that game? How are you doing, Light? This game where you shit without flushing it up. Oh, I think I saw another game. I don't remember what game that fucking who played. Spookies. Is it Spooky Jump Scare Mansion? Yeah, is it Spooky Jump Scare Mansion? That game? The free-to-play game or the other one? Hold on. Spookies. Oh, there's a HD remaster or HD renovation. Oh, I didn't know about that. Well, I have the free one. I don't have the HD renovation game, because they had the HD renovation game, but I don't have that. Booty Cheek Creek Freak. What? Anyways, an alluring lullaby, far more potent than our shore. Sorry, lanterns. If only I can make it sing. Next, where the sirens dwell, you plow the seas. Their song is deaf, and make destruction please. I'm blessed. The man whom music wins to stay nigh the cursed shore and listen to the lay. No more that wretch shall view the joys of life, his blooming offspring or his beauteous wife. In verdant meads they sport and wide around. Yeah, this fancy English. Why is fancy? Maybe because I think this game is made by fucking actual British people who are actually fucking fancy with their fucking English. True. Lie human bones that whiten all the ground polluted floats with human gore, and human carnage taints the dreadful shore. As God made the victuals, the devil made the cook. Fly swift the dangerous coast. Let every ear be stopped against the song. 'Tis deaf to hear, firm to the mast with chains thyself be bound, nor trust thy virtue to the enchanting sound. If, mad with transport, freedom thou demand, be every fetter strained and added band to band. What? And if reversed, as Andromeda was once bound to the rocks, can its mournful lament lure others? What? The fancy English, bro! It's just fancy fucking English, I swear to God. Motherfucker comes here with a fancy fucking English, man. I wonder if this is spelling how a person is talking. Spell this. I don't even know. Okay, we got this one. No, we're in the sewers! Are you kidding me? Bro! But we're in the sewers now. What? What do I need? Are these doors gonna shut? What the fuck? Okay, I guess I was almost a juho sandwich! I was almost a juho sandwich! I see. I think it's a Welsh story in this game. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. What the flying fuck is this purple fucking thing? Horse sandwich probably isn't bad. I'm vegetarian though. No. What is that? A hawk? It's a hawk. Cock. It's a cock. Hawk cock. Joe sandwich. Extra big sausage only. Wow. Wait, there's a doll here. Where's the doll? Where's the doll? Am I blind? Maybe he's on the other side. I might get punched. I might get punched. Yep. I have to, I'm sorry. 50 minutes on the tickets go on sale. Yo! Yo! Do it. Okay, you know... Oh shit! Fuck you! Fucking casting couch! Get out! Sorry. Oh. Dude. I want to ask something. I want to stupidly ask something. If Tom comes back, is he gonna sing the songs that were on like California and 9? Like, is he gonna sing the songs that's from California and 9? Yeah, I'm like thinking of that. I was like, wait a minute. Greatest Hits News album, I think. Probably. How long was it? How long has it been since the last album was around? Oi! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What? Dude, 9 seems like fucking like a year ago. What the fuck? Holy shit, 9 was 2019. I didn't realize 9 was just 2019. Holy shit. Beat the shit out of you, then you're fucking out. Fucking out of you. I didn't realize the guy was like running so fucking quick. I was like, wait a minute, why is this guy running so fucking quick? Okay. Oh shit. Is this actually RNG? No, it's RNG! Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Bro, RNG. RNG puzzle, man. Get out! Move! Get out of the fucking way! Get out! What are you doing? Bro! Are you fucking... Sha! I didn't realize the guy's gonna be there. What the flying fuck? That's bull. Honestly, that's bullshit. That was the most bullshit thing this game could ever give. Because it is what it is. Stop screaming, you little bitch. How about like, fuck? Yeah, how about fuck? That's right, how about fuck? I come when you what? Oh shit.
There is a place in Wales called Slanvire Prisquinyogo Garguardable Slanastelia Gogo now you know.
Man, Lumfair Cidio go go go. That's all I know. I know the last one. It's Cidio go go go. Ravinsky, thank you for the 100 bits, much appreciated. Holy shit, what the fuck am I doing? Okay. What is this thing? Real place, by the way. I know it's a real place. A lot of people have been talking about that fucking place. Wait, can this guy get me if I do this? Technically he can. Yeah, technically he can. Is it like fucking Resident Evil? It is like fucking Resident Evil. Yeah, it is like fucking Resident Evil. Nice. I think they shortened it with the right males. I see. There's an emote called that when you're in when you're out of the party and fucking come whatever it is. Oh fuck, there's another guy right here. There's like two guys here? How the fuck is there two guys there? Motherfucker, he opened up the door. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the purple fucking drug thing. Are you fucking also kidding me? What the flying fuck? Okay, hold on. That's right, bitch.
Oh, I despair of that child. Her willful insolence shall be the downfall
I was
of us
expecting
all.
nothing less from Horse's
Here we
chat.
stand
True.
at the edge of ruin, and yet we have the answer. Caged and bound in irons in the caves below the point, at the mercy of when I choose to provide its sustenance.
Hey, what's giving me seizure?
And
Oh
for
shit,
what?
dude.
For Elizabeth to refuse to sing its song. I'm not asking her to bring back my father's slavish cult. No, just to help me reopen the hotel and restore its grandeur.
It's going so
Or
fast.
grandeur. All she must do is sing to lure them.
Damn,
here
that's
in
a
their
lot of
droves.
fucking
If not not her, then how? There must be some other way. Some method of using my recordings? But how to focus the effects without a singer to wield its intent?
True. I really have to go here then. Wait, what? Oh, is this music box? I see. Wow. I got gassed. Unlike the last game, in the last game, I gassed people. In this game, the gas got me. Well, I got gassed as well in the last game, so there's that. Are you fucking serious? How am I gonna see shit? Oh shit, okay, so I can't stay at the darkness. Do I have to... Huh. Wait, hold on. What? Hold on. I am following the bells. How you doing, Biohazzy? Oh. Wait.
Oh!
Wait. Am I going the wrong way? I feel like I'm going the wrong way. What? Where is this fucking thing? It is dark. It's supposed to be that dark. There we go. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? There we go. Wait. Wait. There we go. Matilda Norton. Ah, I see. Wow. Motherfucker. Okay, question. Oh, he's naked. Sorry. Question, Ravinsky. How far are you in this game so far? Wait, can he not go here? Are you a micro? What micro? Oh my god, bro. Okay. They're blind. Yeah, they're blind. So if you make sound, then yeah, you gotta attract. They attract to the sound. What the fuck is Illidans? I don't even know what Illidans are. What do I have? I have music sheet. I have a lot of music sheet. Oh my god, is this shit again? Oh shit, hello. I can't get out. Jesus Christ, okay. Guess I'm trapped here. Am I actually trapped here? Well, I'm trapped here until they can leave, I guess. What the fuck is Illidan? Yeah. Micro for a horse, normal for a human, like what? Micro horse cock. I'm blind but not deaf. Oh. Yeah. Is that kind. I don't even know what the fuck is happening, but sure. I need this. I'll keep this if I need it. I don't think I need it so far. Oh shit, the switch. Switch is here. I think that's only one of them, right? There's like maybe 2, 3? I don't even know. Do you get a revolver? No, it's like Amnesia. Like this game is like literally like Amnesia. So like you fucking you stealth from the enemies. Where? Did I fuck it up somewhere? Is the motherfucker gonna run? Okay, no. It's like Amnesia, so you stuff on the enemy. Why is this locked? How is this one locked? Stuff on the enemy. You don't. You try not to make a sound. That's about it. Yeah. Oh my god, there's like 2 people on top. You can use this weapon to you know, You can use the weapon that I used to distract them because the music is actually deafening to them. Am I trapped in a corner? Choking yourself, not really the real solution. It is like that. Like it is what it is. You totally have to fucking cover your mouth up. Okay. I think we're safe for now. We're safe for now. Buttons there. What the fuck? Okay, I think I need this book. I still need this book right here, right? Do I? Hold on. This is still the thing that I don't know about. One right here. Maybe I'll get that later. Oh god, there's like 2 people here. Oh my god, bro. Bro. Oh shit, there's asbestos! There's asbestos! Fuck! I didn't realize there's asbestos right here. Couldn't even see the asbestos. You get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Oh no, one of them stayed. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna investigate this fucking place real quick. Whoa, damn, bro. What's this fucking thing? Yeah, where's this doll? Sha! Sha! Where's the doll? That's it? It's only for a doll? I see. Call the fire department. Somebody call 911. Shorty fire burning on the dance floor. Remember that song? That song in oldie. I still don't know where the fuck this doll is. This doll could be somewhere. Oh yeah, I need the fucking... Okay, I need the hawk. The hawk key. The cock key. Just need the cock key and then it'll be alright. Okay, let me actually look around this place again. So this one is the one that I probably need to go back again, but I'm not too sure what is there. So I need to go back to that place and find out what the fuck am I supposed to be looking for. Once I can actually like fucking open up this door. You know what? I can, but I want to wait it out so that everyone like goes away. I'm trying to wait for everyone to go away at the moment. Okay. Wow, he's still there. Okay. Oh my god, he's so near. And I need to go that way. You know what? After the purple, I'm just gonna rush it to the other door. He's going for the farts, true. Okay, cool. Oh, this is just a map, right? Oh, this is just a map. Ooh. Been the map. I've been through with the map already, so I don't think that matters right now, but whatever. I think the only one that matters right now is this part, because I don't know what this part is. And I still need to figure out if I'm missing something. This one! Oh, there we go! Broken Quest. Okay, cool. So I was missing that one out for quite a while. So I guess there's one more in the other room then. Oh, hello. Is he gonna run back? No. Okay, cool. White bells? White bells? White bells. Okay. Hello. Oh! What a fucking it. Okay, wait, hold on. Can you punch me? Can you punch me through the door? Can you punch me through the door? God, look at him. Okay, punch me. Where are you? Yeah, punch me. There we go. Alright, let's see if it does regenerate the health. If it does regenerate the health, that's good. If it doesn't regenerate the health, I'm fucked. Like, super, super fucked. Let's see if it does. Hope my gut says yes. If my gut says no, I'm fucked. Please revive. Revive. No. Okay, whatever. I'm fucked then. I'm kind of fucked then. Okay, so the one that I need to go right now is the one here. So I need to go to that question mark then. I'm already fucked up hurt. Yeah, I don't even have a fucking health item right now. We're in a oh, I see this thing. Wait, hold on. What's this? Is that something? No, that's not something. God, he's fucking... Oh god, he's so hurt right now. Motherfucker's hurt right now. Okay, no one's gonna go down. No one's gonna come down, which is a good thing. I might have to rush through this then. I'm not too sure about how I can rush through it, but probably have to rush through this. Okay, as long as this guy doesn't come here, I'll be fine. As long as he doesn't fucking hear me go like crazy as fuck. Okay. Because at least like, I don't think anyone's gonna be here, right? Yeah, no one's gonna be here. There you go. So I think I just had to like get the other piece and then just unlock this part. Which is like kind of forgiven, I guess. Okay, good. At least I'm out of there. So once I can get this last fucking thing, I'm gonna don't attack each other because I think I don't know. They probably know who they are, like who's who. Like, it's probably like a I know who kind of thing. Fuck it. Okay. Squeeze in. There we go. Look at my health. My health is like fucking quite low now. Oh shit! Is he trying to punch me? He is trying to punch me! Oh shit! Ah! Get out! I did it! I did it! Hell yeah, I did it! Alright. What is this? And this game is getting to me? No. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I opened the gates. You know what? I can just do this real quick. Hopefully this guy doesn't punch me. That's good. Oh shit, am I? Okay, wait, hold on. With this. Hello, what's up, man? Go here, go here, go here! There we go. Cool. I don't even know how many people are outside right now. Ow! Wow, they punched me through the fucking door. That's why, punch me through the door then. Do it again. Do it again, bitch. Can't do that. I'm fucking just super low now. Grand Hall. There we go. Okay, now I really do need health. I don't even have health anymore. Have you ever thought about a donkey model? No. I have not. Did I not get the thing? I think I should get the thing, whatever that thing is. Is there anything on that particular floor? Hold on, I need to check again. Was there anything on that particular floor other than the lift? Like, is that only the lift? You will get short-sighted. Short-sighted? It's a bit short-sighted at the moment, so yeah. Oh, there you go.
Thomas? Thomas?
Thomas?
My uncle Abraham might be on the second floor now.
What?
No. But I heard somebody crashing around a few moments ago from somewhere below me. There is a way up to the attic, through my father's rooms in the west wing. You should be able to reach me that way.
The west wing?
My uncle was not a man to be trifled with before. And now, I am not sure he's a man at all. He's a brute, Thomas. I pray you be careful.
Okay.
Please take care, Thomas.
Alright. I just need fucking health right now. I don't even have health at all. Yeah, I don't even have health. I get health at least. You're gonna choke here as well? I don't know. Maybe I'll choke, maybe I'll not choke. I don't know, we'll see. A map! So it's the other side of the U-bend. Okay, it's the other side of the U-bend then. Got him? What the fuck? What do you mean? Boobies! We're here for the boobies, am I right? Oh wait, you got the fucking... Yo, let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go, bro. I'm probably gonna die. I fucking... What's up, dude? Man, he took the key away. What am I gonna do now? Damn, bro. What the flying fuck is this? Dude, I need to fucking get a fucking... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna pause here for a sec. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back here. But yeah, let's go, man! Let's go! You got the bling tickets? Let's go, dude! Alright, I'm back. Now you can stress only work instead of work and tickets? Dang. So which one are you going to? Murderer. Murderer. I see a murderer. Washington, D.C. in May. Let's fucking go, man. Holy fuck. My refusal to sing has frustrated my father, but it has only delayed his plans. Playing the recordings of that creature's song via one of his mechanisms consumes him now. There must be some means to counteract it, to dull or cancel its influence. Some melody or song that can act as a counterpoint, as a counter to it. I will need help, but how to go about it? The risk of the song getting out is too great. Perhaps if I were to split it into pieces, the same as my father has done with his recordings, and approach 4 different composers with each part. Oh! Huh, but who to ask? Okay. I guess so. The Blink-182 concert. Wait, what? Is this? Where is this thing? I can't see that much. Maybe it's in that room. Yeah, it is in that room. Alright, what is this? Sugang, sleep, child, upon my bosom. It is cozy and warm. Mother's arms are tied around you. A mother's love in my breast. Huh? What? Wait. Sleep, child, upon my bosom. It is cozy and warm. My mother's arms are tied around you. A mother's love is in my breast. Bosom. Yeah, bosom. Nothing shall disturb your slumber. Nothing will do you harm. Sleep in peace, dear child. Sleep quietly on your mother's breast. Sleep peacefully, night sleep. Gently sleep, my lovely. Why are you now smiling? Smiling gently in your sleep? Are angels above smiling on you? I see smile cheerfully, smiling back at sleeping quietly on my breast. Do not fear is nothing but a leaf beating on the door. Do not fear, only a small wave. Murmurs on the seashore. Bosom. Okay, bosom. Sleep, child. There's nothing here, nothing to give you fright. Smile quietly in my bosom. On the blessed angels yonder. Bosom. Big titties only. We need to sleep on someone's breast. Of course. Do you like to sleep on someone's breast? Sleep on someone's boobies. You like sleeping on boobies? Ah! Shit! Sorry! I'm very sorry! I don't know what to do. Ah! 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 Bye-bye. Am I gonna ring around a rosy around him? No! No! No, 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 no! Holy shit, he's fucking big. I don't have gun. Ooh. Is that Mr. X? Mr. Y. He's Mr. Y. What are you talking about? He's Mr. Y. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. I'm dead. But also at the same time, I'm also like really fucking low in health. So I don't really know how my health is like right now. My health is like really fucked up right now. It means titty. It means titty, man. Titty. Titties are great, bro. You like boobies? You guys like boobies? Wait, what the fuck is this again? Oh, that's the... Okay. Hey, Velu. You need coffee? Damn. Can I do this on mobile? Twitch is garbage. What do you do? Yeah, what the fuck do you do? What the fuck? If I do shout out yours, says you can't shout out the streamer. What? Wait, can you not shout out yourself? Omega lol. Omega lol can't shout out himself. Even if he tries, can't shout out himself. Wait. I tried to shout out RS25. Really? Should I shout out Velu? Really? I see. Hold on. I actually want to find out something real quick. Doesn't work for Velu either. You mean on your whatever it is? Do I have to do it? Like no, wait, no, it's there. Yeah, it's there. Shout out was given to Velu. It's there. You can use the @ symbol. Lomao L. You can use the @ Anyways, my dearest Elizabeth, I received your letter and my heart is filled with concern and your words. To hear that you suffer at the hands of your father and that he confined you to Sker Hotel is more than I can bear. I shall, however, respect your wishes and set all mind and talent to completing the task you have set in composing this piece for you. I'll work day and night. When I am finished, shall board the fastest train to you, my darling. My darling. What do you like, my darling? Oh man, I'm trapped here. Okay. Oh, it showed on mobile yesterday. I see. What? Wait, hold on. Isn't there a room supposed to be here? Oh, this one? Wait, is that this one? Oh wait, it's the other way. Makes sense with dumb. Twitch be like that, man. I've seen this. I like how I don't have even the slightest of health right now. There's like 2 rooms in between here. Hold on. A safe room. Ooh.
Time has run out.
Who are you?
Father intends to use his grand harmonium, a machine he has devised tonight, to use the recorded song of that lamentable creature on the household and staff. A dress rehearsal for
Give
his
in to
grand
the caffeine, true.
One final test before... Oh, I'm not ready. I've tried to compose it myself. Tried until my fingers bled on the keys and my voice cracked. But at last, 2 composers of the countersong have arrived at the hotel.
What kind of coffee do
I
you
must
guys like?
speak with them before the dress rehearsal.
Weirdly, I like
I can only
the
pray
coffee
that
that
this will be
is
enough.
made by Starbucks. That was like this
I
one
could
coffee
leave
that I
still.
actually drink.
Slip away.
I
I've thought about it again and again in
drank
recent
it
days,
like
but
it's like a 7-Eleven
that would only be condemning the
Starbucks
others to my
coffee that
father's
I
experiments.
drank like a while ago, and I like that one a lot.
no.
Hey Lex,
I must face our family's sins.
poor I'm poor quality to you?
I shall
Excuse
pay
me?
the price.
Hope you, man.
Oh, I wish it were not so. I wish I did not have to face this
Frappuccino's
alone,
great.
as I fear my strength and resolve might fail. Thomas, where are you? I need you
I'm
now
here.
more than ever, my love.
I'm here. I'm here, my dear Elizabeth. I'm here to save you, my dear Elizabeth. I will love and cherish you, my dear Elizabeth. If I can find you, you dummy. Where's the health at? You better save me. No! You're probably gonna turn into some kind of fucking monster. No! And before it's actually like you turn into some kind of fucking monster, Omega lol. Wah, wah. Time to get the key. Time to get pummeled by a guy. Where's the guy? Is this the guy? No. Where am I going? This way. Alright, time to get pummeled by the guy. Wait, what? Hold on. Got pummeled by the guy. Is he gonna follow right behind me? If he is, then I'm kind of fucked. Yeah, he is. Nice penis. This game has very fancy penises, I'm not gonna lie. Yo! What's up, Mr. X or Mr. Y? Suck it, bitch. You order your coffee? Cool. Have a good coffee break thing. This goes away like that. Oh shit! He knows! This motherfucker knows! Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Get out of here. Come here, bitch! Oh, no, I'm here! No, no, oh, I think you need to go the other way. Oh. Nah, I gotta wait for him anyways. Okay, which way is he gonna come from? Is that left or right? Mega dick move. Oh, too bad. Hi! Bye! Go fuck yourself, you little bitch! Okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? You have a nice penis as well. Holy shit. Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Wait, what? Sorry! 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 I didn't mean to do that. Where do I go? I'm rooting for the tyrant, by the way. Yeah, we're rooting for Mr. X. Cause I make a dick move. Wait. What? No, it's not this way. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh, hello. Wait. There we go. I thought you were gonna get grabbed by the statue. It's just like a switch, no. Oh fuck! He's actually that near! What the flying fuck? I didn't realize that. It's like, wait a minute. Where is he? Okay, shh. What the flying fuck am I supposed to do? Hold on. So he's gonna come here? Okay, he's gonna come here. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait for him to come. You know what he looks like? He looks like that one fucking, you know, the Spy Kids thing? Like, the fucking thumb guy. Whatever the thumb guy name is. He looks like a thumb guy from Spy Kids. Yeah, he looks like that thumb guy from Spy Kids. But he actually has fucking, like, hands. Ordered? You ordered? Nice. Nice. Very nice. I have to check on this area real quick. If I put all of them on it. Yeah, okay. So I guess it just unlocks this fucking place. Or it unlocks this door here. I see. It's busy. Too bad. Gotta wait like all the other plebs. Smile. Okay, but where could the key be? Where could the key be? I wanna know, where could the key be? Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about your work. Whoops. Yeah, have a good one at your work. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. I need the key. Yeah, I just need the key. Hold on. I have this one. But don't I need to go outside or some shit like that? Hold on. Training rotation. That's good. That's good. Wait. Oh, it's this door right there. Hold on. I think I missed out the other door right here. Yeah, this door. Yeah. Okay, cool. I missed out this door. What did they What fucking language is this? Is it Welsh? I guess it's Welsh. God, are you kidding me? I feel like he's gonna be smashing through the fucking area. I don't even know. Holy shit, that's a fucking pig! Damn, bro, that's pig. Oh, what the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. I still need to find health anyways. What's that? What's that clip? Stop it. Oh man. Oh, do I need to lead him here? Oh fuck! Wait. Ah! Shit, dude. Fuck. Oh my god, he's not there. What the flying fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh shit, I killed him. Yeah, that's right, little bitch. That's right, little bitch. That's right, little bitch. That's right, little bitch. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best in the fucking place. Whoa. Yeah, Elizabeth, where are you, Elizabeth?
Yes.
I have my
I'm
headphones
still
on
here.
and they went to How you doing, Kitsubin?
Something just... What was that?
Oh no.
What happened? I could hear the sound of...
Oh no.
I thought I heard something here.
You're not even the best in your shut the fuck up.
Somebody is trying the door, Thomas. I must go. No! No, stop! Stop! Let go of me!
Oh no. Oh no, Elizabeth. I think you're gone again. Whoops. Well, can't do anything now. Yeah, suck it, bitch. Yeah. That's right. I hope you're doing well, Kitsubin. Oh wait, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Bro? Okay. To bean? Yeah. Man, the loads in this game super long. Maybe because I have it on my I have this on my HDD. Yeah, maybe I have this game on my HDD. That's why. Oh my god, all these guys are here again. Wait, what? Wait, is he walking in here? Is the dude literally walking in here? Ah! What the fuck? Loud fucking sounds, dude. Let me find that one place. What was that one place? Oh. Oh fuck. Okay. Do you think a silverback gorilla or a grizzly bear would win a fight? Wait. What the fuck are you talking about? Grizzly, I guess. I don't know. Okay, straight down. Straight down. I think gorilla. Gorilla. I think bear. Family turmoil forces esteemed establishment Sker Hotel closes its doors due to passing of the Maid Sker. Husband of esteemed singer closes Sker Hotel in South Wales. Owner of Sker Hotel refuses to accept any new residents into his hotel as it mourns the loss of his beloved wife. Sker Hotel closed after only a decade of being open to the public. This esteemed establishment was well reviewed by critics and hosts to a number of spectacular shows performed by deceased singer sensation the Maid Sker Prudence Williams. I say bear. I said bear would win. She survived by her young daughter Elizabeth. Oh, so Elizabeth is the fucking daughter of. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. New premise for King Kong. Are you doing retro? Oh, 22nd of August. I mean October. Father has discovered my plans to counter his song, and I've made steps to ensure that I can stop him. But he's planning to unleash it tonight at the rehearsal on the Grand Harmonium with the staff in attendance. I fear I am too late. I must try myself to stop him. I agreed to sing for my father in an attempt to stop his vile plan. Something went terribly wrong. I tried to sing what I could of the counter song, the version I created, but it wasn't ready. I should have waited for Thomas and the others, but time was short. I fear I made things worse. The look on Father's face, when he knew what I was attempting, frightened me. How's Maid Sker? Maid Sker is actually decent, but it's like Resident Evil meets Amnesia, I guess. Resident Evil with all the fucking stupid ass enemies around, and then you have okay, you know what? No, just think of Amnesia, but yeah, just think of Amnesia. That's it. Don't think of Resident Evil. Just think of Amnesia, and that's it. It's just Amnesia. It's literally just Amnesia. But it's cool. The story is about like some guy who wants to find his wife again. That's it. Are you literally shouting out everyone right now? Who shout out am I? Which one of you shouted out Amai? Which one of you shouted out RS25 Games? Can you shout out yourself? Wait, you shouted out yourself? You can do that? What the fuck? You can do that? I miss my wife Teos. Huh. I didn't know you could do that. Anyways. Yeah, just think of this game as Amnesia and that's about it. Hold on. The look on father's face when he knew what I was attempting frightened me. I had never seen him like that before. The song sung was the melody with the melody of the cylinders set everyone mad. It was not the desired effect I had planned for. The staff started screaming and attacking each other. Father began to bleed from his ears, then became unhinged, scribbling on the stairs in his own blood. What have I done? Hello? I have very little help, but I'm coming up here. Three. 2, 4, 1, or 5. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, it's a fucking puzzle. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. What's 2? Doggo, bird. Okay, doggo, bird. Another bird. Deer. Hello? Don't look at me, monster. Whoa! What the flying fuck? Wait, hold on. Is that a doll here? I'm trying to listen to a doll. Okay, no. I need my health, bro. I don't have my health. I've locked myself in the attic and barricaded the door. The Grand Harmonium does not seem to have afflicted me like the others. This all began with that creature sequestered beneath Sker Point. It has to be free, preventing it from harming anyone else. I must ensure that I can get to the cavern safely without what my father and his men were finding me. Oh my god, they are not sane men anymore. I guess so. You upskirt? Are you kidding me? What the flying fuck is this? Hello? I'm pretty low in health, but can you help me please? Ew! Whoa! Is that the wife? Oh shit! What's up? What's up, Mr. Monopoly Man? Again. Yeah, Retro is doing Parasite Eve, or was doing Parasite Eve. Oh no, it's broken! What can I do now? It's broken! Look at all the torture chambers. I don't know, I don't like Parasite Eve. I only watch Igdices run Parasite Eve and that's about it. That's the only thing that I do, I just watch Igdices run Parasite Eve. Do you think I watch Parasite Eve? No. Oh yeah! Fuck! I forgot about that! Yeah, there's a fucking Jor's Kiss. Yeah, I forgot. Hello guys, if you wanna... Jor's Kiss. Mwah. Anyone? New emote. New emote by the way. What about Parasite Eve 2? No. That emote? Yeah. So it's made by another artist, but because Usurpering was like, yo, do you want this? And I was like, yeah, sure. She actually commissioned someone to actually do this instead. Let me actually find it out real quick. Hold on. I need to find the thing. Wait, I need to find the thing. She commissioned this. This? Yes, this. She commissioned this. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what it was. She commissioned this. It's like her whatever Sona and my Sona just booping nose like that. Gay. I don't know. She just she did it, and then I was like, yeah, cool. Yeah. So thanks to Usurpering for that. Yeah, thanks to Usurpering. Anyways. Yeah, it's a new emote. Kiss. Do you like kissing? I like kissing. Parasite Eve 1 is probably a better game, but I enjoy the combat of Parasite Eve 2 because of Resident Evil Magic. I see. I took a chance leaving the safety of the attic today. I have discovered my father had began doing unspeakable things, burning men's face with no reasoning for it. I hear Uncle beneath these floorboards, wandering the hall, searching for me. He has became a mindless giant. They have both sunk deeper into madness, wearing their horrid ritual face. Yeah, boop. Ritual masks. Sorry, it frightens me. Some guests have arrived early from the grand reopening. I tried to warn them, but my father and uncle forced this madness upon them. These poor people are now just monstrous as my family. Just as monstrous as my family. It's too horrible to describe. Fuck! My shit is gone.
It is done. I have managed to make phonograph copies of 3 of my father's 4 cylinders. 3 parts of the Siren Song. The 4th, I've come to realize, is the very same tune as the musical locket that you always wore, Mother. The very one which I was so fascinated with as a child. Even as an infant, were you grooming me to take your place as my father now commands? Whatever the truth of your misdeeds, Mother, I want you to know that I've arranged for these fragments of the Siren Song to be dispatched to 4 composers. Your locket to go to my dearest Thomas. With his help and theirs.
Alright, let's save Elizabeth, because, you know, Elizabeth's pretty fucking hot, I guess. We're gonna find waifu Elizabeth, because probably Elizabeth pretty fucking hot. No! What the fuck? What the flying fuck? Please, don't! Oh my god, okay, fine. You know what? Don't be a pussy. Go. Hello? Can I get my health? I still want my health, though. Actually, a note. Mythology. In Greek mythology, a siren is a creature, half bird, half woman, who lures sailors to destruction by the sweetness of a song. Sirens are not the same as mermaids, but have been mistaken as the same throughout the ages. It is believed that in medieval times, sirens stopped being depicted as bird-like to fish-like creatures due to a confused interpretation by writers and artists. Elizabeth would be best described as stout and handsome. Yo. No. Elizabeth will be described as tainted and Tali. Because totally is tainted Tali that we're meeting. Hold on. This has led over centuries to the true visual image of siren evolving and being widely depicted as a mermaid, which in Greek legend is not the case. Sirens were actually first documented in Homer's Odyssey in the 8th century BC, and later writers specify that sirens possess wings, or that they have the heads of beautiful women and bodies of birds. I see. Hello? My health? Oh. My health? There's a fucking... What the fuck is this? It's not my health. Wait, hold on. So I really don't have health, huh? Medusa? Damn, bro. I got the Medusa. Hello? Wait a minute. Is this the fucking... Oh! Oh! Wait. I think I know what this is. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I honestly don't know. If there's no health bottle, then I'm kind of fucked, you know? If there's like literally no health bottle, I'm kind of fucked, you know? I'm still searching for a health bottle. There's no health bottle at all. Piano. Oh man, I thought you could do the whatever it is, honestly. You can heal, but like the thing is that I don't have any more heal items. I guess the heal items are very fucking limited. I don't have any heal items anymore. Separating it into 4 has made it safer to experiment with, as the full effects. Are you gonna go to a meeting? All right, have a good one. As the full effects of the song can only take hold if they're all played in sequence, but how to mitigate and control that effect when they are combined like a melody in a dream. I almost have it. Hades, Medusa, Siren, Hero. Interesting. Wait, Cerberus, Hades, Medusa, Siren, Hero. I guess that's what it is. Do I go to the elevator? No, I don't go to the... Wait. Oh, if I were to go to the elevator, yeah. So it's straight ahead, turn, all the way. Okay. Straight ahead, turn. All the way here. All the way here? All the way here. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bro! The fuck? All of a sudden... What? Great. Cool. Fucking A. God, I'm back here again. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm back here again? Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. So this one's the doll. Was that the guy? Oh. Okay. I guess that was the guy all along. Give me that shit. Imagine speedrunning this game, honestly. I don't know why, but I feel like this game is like it probably could be a neat speedrun, but I don't know how the speedrun is gonna be like. Yeah, do I just get the fuck out? It looks like I can get the fuck out, yeah. Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Wasn't there like... Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Are you serious? Ugh, whatever. I had to save here anyways. There we go. Damn. This elevator's fucked now. So now where do I go? My only best place to go is actually just here then. the other best place to go. I'm just living with like fucking 1 health this whole fucking time. I can't. There's no fucking place that I could actually find health. Like at all. Are you fucking kidding me? Up here. Here. Oh shit! Hello! God damn it. Bro, are you serious right now? Damn, I got found. I got caught. I got caught, man. That was a good thing that I actually saved here, though. If not, I'm kind of fucked. Okay, there's a guy there. Oh, it's in the wine cellar. Oh no. Okay, hold on. So I have to follow this guy out, huh? Or he's gonna go back. Is he gonna come back? He is gonna come back. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? You fucking idiot? Oh my god, bro. Can I just run out? Oh my god, hold on. Oh! Oh man. I'm still suffering with 1 fucking health and that's it. Riots. You can riot all you want because like I'm literally in 1 health. I can't do anything. Okay, let me actually... Okay. Fuck. I don't have a way to actually bypass this guy. I have to wait for him to do that. Okay, where's... How do I get out of here from here? Straight ahead. Okay, straight ahead. way. Can you not kill this? No! It's like Amnesia, you can't really kill any of them. Like, if you have played Amnesia before, it's the same thing, you can't kill them at all. I have not? You should play Amnesia. Amnesia is like one of those games that I really highly recommend people playing. Amnesia and then Penumbra. Like those two games, like it's so good. Play them. I could have stunned them, but I couldn't even stun them at all. Oh man, are you kidding me? I was just there. I was just there. What the fuck? Now I have to do this thing all over again. Fuck, okay. Oh wait, oh okay. Well, I was almost close to the door, I guess. No, uncle. Wait, no, is this, no, this is not uncle. This is dad. No, daddy. Holy shit. No, I'm doused with fucking gasoline now. Awful one-looking motherfucker. Oh no, I'm gonna get fucking light up. Unless, you know, fucking... Yes! The dog! The dog! No, they kicked the dog! No, they kicked the dog! Oh my god, they kicked the dog! Bro! What the fuck, bro? Bro! They kicked the dog, man! 0 out of 10 game. Oh, finally. Yo, tonic! How's my health? My health is full! Hey, yo, we survived. Avenge the dog. Ha 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 ha. Dude. Dude, dog. Dog, where are you, dog? No, I can't save the dog. They kicked the dog. Dude, rip dog, man. Hey, my health is all the way back up anyway, so that's a good thing. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I tripped on the wire thing. I tripped on another wire thing. What the fuck is... This is literally Outlast 2! What the oh, what the fuck right now? Oh god, are you kidding me? Okay, wait, hold on. Like, literally Outlast 2 right now. This way, I guess. No, it's not this way. Hello, what's up, man? Man? Cave. Man cave. Sexy bodies all around. They just stood there. mean, you know, these guys are also stupid as well because he stood there. I turned back. Hey, yo, they're still standing there. Whoa, is that a... What? Oh, that's a body. Okay, whatever. Hot, not gonna lie. Hot. Booba. Booba. It's not Booba, it's Kaka. That one's Kaka. I don't think that one's Booba, it's Kaka. 0 out of 10 game, dude. They kicked the dog. I can't believe this, dude. They kicked the dog. What am I gonna do now? They kicked the dog. Sheesh. What the flying fuck is this? Dude, imagine a fucking... Wait, hold on. No. Oh, no, it's the... What? The dog tried to save us, and then the antagonist kicked the dog, and then, yeah. I mean, the dog kind of saved us, but they kicked the dog. They just, like, kicked the dog. Bro. Easy listening.
I fear that it is impossible.
Animal abuse.
That it cannot be done. At least not in time. I sit here. Sit at these keys day after day, night after night, trying to compose some form of counterpoint.
Ah, my eyes, bro.
Thomas, can you hear me? You must stay still when Father's not playing.
Oh. Oh, Can I not? It's like Simon's... No, this is like fucking red light, green light. What the fuck? Yo. 보고 나서 집이 났습니다. Literally 보고 나서 집이 났습니다. Fucking whatever that game's called. Squid Games, man. Squid Games shit. Hey, Arkham fan. What do you... I can't do anything. What the fuck you... What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. Yeah, I can't do anything. Did I soft lock the game already? Oh, you know what? Dude. Get me, please.
Thomas, I told you, only move when he's playing.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Oh, I see. Okay, hello, daddy. Okay, kill me first. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Thank you, daddy. Don't use that in out of context, please. Thank you. Do not use that out of context. Thank you. Sus? Yeah, pretty sussy.
Thomas, can you hear me? You must stay still when Father's not playing.
Oh, hello. Hello, sir. How are you doing today, sir? I guess this one? Wait, what? What's happening? What happened?
Thomas, my love, come to me. I'm waiting for you by the Grand Harmonium.
The Grand Harmonium. Okay. I don't have the key though. I thought seeing the creature in flesh did not affect me, but now I fear I am following the same path as my mother. The song sends her mad. I feel like I'm losing control of my thoughts, and I will no longer be in control of my mind, of my own mind. My hope to stop this dreaded curse now lie with my beloved Thomas. Beloved Thomas. I pray he can create what I have asked him. Okay. Do you have the key? Hello, mister. Do you have the key? I'm looking for a key. Is there a key? Mister, I'm looking for a key. I can't find a key. Oh, it's in the middle. What? What? Key? 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 Where's my key? 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 Where's my key, bro? Bro! I want my key. Did I not get my key? Did I actually not get the key? Huh? Oh, wait. There you go, that's the key. I got me key. I got me key in hand. There you go. What's this? Oh, this is the same thing. Oh, okay. I guess this was the same thing that I... What's this? Everything is 7 to 9. Oh, is this the same one? It is the same one, I think. Jesus, my internet is shit. I'm watching 160 still buffering. Copium, man. That's what you call copium. What you actually call copium. Get out. Okay. So I have to go all the way back to there. There? There. How do I get in here? Oh shit, hello. I didn't realize the people are still gonna be here anyways. Wait, hold on. Isn't Sker? Yes, they do. But it's also a game. It's a Maid of Sker or whatever it is. Fucking pop pop cap 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 skibbity pop pop boom 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 boom. Is that shit? How are you doing, Penji? How are you doing, Penji? Man, for real, for real. Man, for real, for real. Hello. Okay, let me actually go. to here instead. And then we can do a save right here. Hello. What? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Whoa. Okay. Guess these people are still around here. I go here then? No. I go up there? Hello?
Who's there? Thomas! My love! You're safe.
What?
I had to flee the attic. I've been hiding from them ever since.
Oh, Elizabeth!
But
You
we
look
must
so
hurry.
fucking hot!
Do you have the cylinder?
Whoa! She actually looks fucking hot. Holy shit. What? Do we give her the cylinders? Do we give her the cylinders? I don't trust you. I will play the counter song. What? Eh, whatever. She's hot
Then
as
we
fuck.
cannot waste any time. Quickly, give them to me.
Alright, you're hot as fuck anyways. Motherfucking Elizabeth is fucking hot.
Thank you, Thomas.
What?
There will be a place for you.
No! No! Elizabeth! You fucking... Dude, Elizabeth is fucking evil all this time, dude. To be fair, though, they gave me the other option as well, so I was like, should I just give it to her and just finish the game right now, or do the counter part, or counter song, or find a counter song, which I think I know where the counter song is. Oh my god, wait, what, who the fuck is that? Is that the fucking... Oh my god, that's the fucking, siren. It's the fucking siren. No, the siren. They killed the dog as well. I forgot about that. Yeah, they killed the dog as well. It's yo, my mom's getting burned. Pepe hands, bro. Pepe hands. No. No, he's Jay's mom.
Kill it for me.
Wait, do we actually do it? Oh no! Oh no, her spirit. Her spirit lifted. Can I still suck your titties though? Yo, like, for real, can I still suck your titties though? Oh man. No. From Death and Discord came
From
new
death
order.
and discord came new order. Through the iron will necessary to impose it. A new song was born from the darkness. And together, they ruled the new dawn.
Wow. Honestly, this game is good. I like it. Would I want to play it again? Maybe. Good job, dumbass. I'm fucking finishing the game anyways. I don't want to fucking go on and find another thing. Good job, dumbass. My fucking ass. So, this game is alright. I like this game. There is a bunch of, like, you know, you could actually speedrun this game. I honestly would think that this game is actually speedrunnable and it's like really good. I guess it would be a decent speedrun. I'm not too sure how the speedrun is like, but it kind of looks decent-ish. Would I want to play this game? Would I want to play this game again? Maybe. You win. We kind of won the game. You finished the game, but you lose in the end anyways. There's like two endings you could do. The first one is that you give all of her the first ending is you give all of the cylinders to her. The second one is that you do the counter song and you probably kill her in the process. But, you know, I gone for the bad ending anyways because, you know, do I want to be ours to actually do the good ending? Maybe, but also at the same time, I'm already gonna be ending the stream anyways. Today's stream will be a bit shorter than all the other streams that I've been doing for the past few days. Is because tomorrow or in the next 11 hours, I will be on GDQ. I'll be on Games Done Quick, running Saw on Speedruns in the Crypt. So that's why I'm gonna be ending. I'm gonna be ending the game short as it is. Hey Seffi, I don't understand why I keep showing up at the end of the game you play. Oops, sorry. Tomorrow at 12 a.m. I think it's like 12 a.m. or 11 a.m. No, sorry, 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. EST. So yeah. I'll make sure to tune in at the end of your. Sure. I went through all the photographs. Nine devs. This game is so fucking loud. What the fuck? I'll be streaming. So what the fuck? Cool. Cool. Guys streaming anyways. But anyways, yeah. Hey CC. Yeah, I'll be on Speedruns from the Crypt tomorrow. On GDQ. Running Saw the game. And yeah, things on like 11. I think it's 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. EST if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's it for now because I want to keep this short today. Tomorrow maybe I'll stream and make it longer. I have work tomorrow. No working from home. No working from home. That kind of sucks, man. But yeah, hold on. What? Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow I probably would come back to stream again. I finished 2 games today. Maid, Sker, and Summer of 58. So I'll cut that out from the voting. If you want to join the Discord, you can always join the Discord. That's all. That's where I'm actually doing the voting for. I'm not gonna do it longer today. Like I'm legitimately not gonna be doing it longer today because I need to go and take a rest. Tomorrow I'm actually gonna wake up early. Actually, yeah. So tomorrow at 10 p.m. EST or 10 a.m. my time, I will be commentating on a run and then doing a run. So I'll be commentating on one run on Speedruns from the Crypt, and then afterwards I'll be doing my own run on Speedruns from the Crypt. So I'll be on Speedruns from the Crypt 2 times. I'll mention when it will be, but yeah. If you want to join the Discord, do join the Discord. This is where I'll be doing the voting for, that's why I'll be doing the voting for, the next game that I'll be playing. Oh, I'm already finished, I already finished like 6 games. That's pretty cool. But yeah, just, if you want to check me out tomorrow, I will be on GDQ. Anything else, I don't know. But yeah, we'll see what game I'll play tomorrow with the Discord voting and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. If I don't get tired, if I don't get like fucking sleepy as fucking tired, I will, who can I host it off to, honestly? Let me see who I can host it off to. Rest well. Thank you. And thank you guys for actually sticking by. Thank you for the raise. Thank you for the like support. Thank you for sticking by. Everyone's like fucking poggers today. God, fucking Pipspri's doing Resident Evil. Such a fucking whatever it is. I want to say such a fucking bait for me. No problem. Get to be here for the stream. Shut up, Steffi. You fucking came in late. That's all. I have 2 actually. Yeah, I think I have 2 if I'm not mistaken. I have Pit Sprite and I have another person. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Pip Sprite because, you know, that's the. I can't think of anything. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully, if I'm not that tired, so tomorrow. Or I'm actually been working my yard, trying to finish it this week. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'll be streaming a lot more for the next few days because of Spooktober. Yeah. Thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you. Bye.